Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, so plan today is to do a bit of programming. Now, I've not touched any programming language for about a half a year, and the last one I touched was Godot, after I learned how to use all their systems, and then subsequently gave up on the project that I was working on fairly quickly. The last time I've touched C# was probably about a year ago, I think. So I'm going to be a little bit rusty. But the plan today is to try and get as much as the mod that I want to create done as possible. As I stated last stream, the mod has 4 parts, and I have nicely put them into a JSON file, because these are basically all the configurations that we're going to be able to tweak, which means we need to implement all of this. So it adds it's a nice bit of kind of pseudocode for what we're trying to do. So we're going to start with starting inventory. And the idea of that is that either on the player join event, or rather player create event or player respawn event, because we actually found those, it will give the user or give the player the items in this list. The second part is spawn protection. I haven't fully figured out how I'm going to do this. I need to try and see if I can figure out what I can turn on or off to make animals ignore the player. Or if I can find the specific function that animals call to check whether or not they can do anything to the player. I have done a little bit of research between last stream and this one, and I have found a method that checks whether or not a player can receive damage, and it's possible that animals may use that to figure out whether or not to try and attack someone. But we can do some testing in-game to figure out what levers we can change. At the very least, I know that putting a player in creative will stop creatures trying to attack them. I suspect putting them in spectator will do the same. I don't know about guest, but those are the 4 game modes. I prefer not to manipulate the player's game mode, just so that if somebody else wanted to use this particular mod, it doesn't effectively disable that game mode from being used. It's possible I could find a way around it, but then we need to be very, very careful. Because if, for example, we were to use spectator as how we do it, we change the player's game mode to spectator when they join. If somebody wants to use spectator to be able to say, okay, well, people can join the server, but they can't do anything on it until an admin gives them permission, then we'd need to check when they join if they're already a spectator. The problem with that is if the server crashes, because if they crash while they're in a spawn protected state, unless we've also added another parameter somewhere else that has been saved with the spectator flag, then they may end up being locked into being a spectator until somebody changes them out of it. So that's an option. I would like to try and add my own override, which may require a code modification. I think Harmony appears to be the tool that you'd use to change existing code. But we'll figure that out. Scatter spawn is the ability to set each individual user their own personal spawn location. That's going to probably be the hardest out of all of these. I found some of the things related to spawning, but I haven't found the specific thing that decides where they spawn if they're using the default spawn location. I found several things that check whether or not they have a custom spawn location and use that, but I've not found the specific code or function that defines where their default spawn is. If I can find that, then I may need to use Harmony to modify that. We need to actually see the code to know what it's doing. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit more of a pain. And then auto backup is self-explanatory. This is basically just a bunch of file manipulation, so should just be mostly pure C# functions. Hi, Shin. Anyway, that's the plan. Got a bunch of things open here. Thankfully, the, what's it called? Starting inventory is technically a solved problem. This one here. Basic inventory handling. This is almost exactly what we want to do. There's a bit more that we need to add to it, and we need to use player create rather than player join. But we were trying to figure out how we handle events. This is how we handle events. And then this is how we add items to a player. So that's two parts of it automatically solved. This bit of code here is for handling configuration. And then I've got a few other things open that I'm probably going to be referencing. Only just you've joined shortly after I started streaming. The only thing I've done is look a bunch of stuff up. Yes, this interface here is the one that handles the events, and this is where we figured out that there is a player create event. So we need to be pulling that event for spawn inventory. We probably also want there's a player respawn event for enabling the second part. So this is useful. The only other thing we will mention is we have this open on another monitor. Because Google search is so much trash nowadays, I'm going to be using this mostly just to search for things like, I need to know, does C# have the equivalent of a C++ strut? Because the actual code that for mod config is showing it all being done as a class. And I'd rather not have, because of the structure we have at the moment, we're going to need to create something for that. So we need to create a class for this, a class for this, a class for this, a class for this. Really, they all want to be structures. So, yes, we have AI Coding Assistant on another screen. And it does look like... Yep, struts basically work like classes. They're just defined as a structure. Okay. We will worry about that in a bit. I mean, technically it's not wrong. It's just, if you're not really instantiating it, it doesn't need to be a class. It's unlikely to cause any issues. I'm just an old school programmer, in that my first programming language was BASIC. Okay, so drag, create a new project. Right, we want code only. I didn't manage to find a list of what all of these things that it's going to ask me for are, so we're just going to include them all. Server utilities. Next. Add everything, please. In theory, the compiler will remove anything that it doesn't need when it makes the DLL. Yeah, no, that does exist. That's fine. And it will ask me once again to use GitHub Copilot, I imagine. Oh, it's not. Well, works for me. Okay. Interesting. This didn't create the mod info file. It also doesn't have cake bake. Ah, the mod info is technically here. Okay. That's fine. Now I need to make a decision. I kind of want to have all of these be separate modules that we can load and not load. So we're going to need an overarching module anyway, just because I want to. I know I'm going to need to make multiple different parts of this register to the same event handlers, and rather than registering to the same event handler multiple times, I'm just going to have a core thing that splits it out everywhere else. Some people just don't read. Or maybe the issue is that they don't use the follow system the way that they should do for mods. Because any mod I have installed, I'm followed, specifically so I know when it updates, and I know that I can then check the changelog to see whether or not I need to install it, or it can wait for later. Okay, so we are going to need 4 other things. Let's actually create them now. Can I create copies of this? Do you let me duplicate? New solution, compare with exclude, code cleanup. I select and go copy, paste, 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 paste. There we go. I need to check something. Okay, a mod system uses an entry point, contains the execution. A single mod can have multiple mod systems, but must have at least one for any code to be executed. When creating a mod using a template, you'll notice the mod system is created. Okay, so I don't think it matters what I name any of these. Didn't I leave this open? I thought I had opened this one and left it open at some point. No, I apparently closed it, and that was lightning. You didn't hear that very loud bang because my the noise suppression on OBS is quite good. But yes, we have thunder and lightning outside. If we disappear, that's why. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's any kind of requirement for the naming of these. Skidding server mod system. Do I need to have mod system as the name? Can I remove that? That's kind of, oops, surplus to requirements, if it will let me. And then we rename each of these. Oh, wait. Oh, hang on, no. That's fine, that's fine, no, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, rename each of these to their specific system. We might need to rename them again later, particularly if we use this as the name for the structure for file loading and saving, or config loading and saving. Why am I doing it this way? What I should have been doing is... Oh yeah, actually refactoring wouldn't have worked because it's changed the name. So we may need to add mod system back to the name of all of these to differentiate them from the data class. Okay. It would be good if I exclude it from the project. Is that going to remove it from the Solution Explorer? Can I re-include them later? Kind of just want to effectively temporarily disable them. But I'm worried it'll remove it from the Solution Explorer. It has done. Okay, that's fine. We can add them back. One hopes we can add them back. Collapse all, show all files. Oh, there they are. Okay, that's good. Okay, there. That works. Right. So server utilities. Let's work on this bit first. We need to add a should load and execute order. Oh, Boolean. That's a function. Okay, should make it server-side only. We're going to need that in all of these. I'm at the top because in theory it gets called first. What's the shortcut key for save all? Control S, Control Shift S. Oops. Okay, that's that bit. Execute order is something we are going to need to put in, I think. If for no other reason, then we need this to load first. Because this will load the configuration file and then decide whether or not any of the rest of them should load. Execute order. Does this have an input? Nope. It just returns a double. Which in this case, items are loaded in at 0.2. So 0.25. We don't really care about any other mods, it's just so long as this loads first. And then this will also handle all of the event things, so it's fine. These want to load after it, if they need to load anything at all. Theoretically, they shouldn't do. They're still going to need start server side, because I don't think they initialize without it. How would I get them to... Or I wonder if it's possible to make them not load at all. Start P. Call during initial mod loading before any mods receive the call to start. Start. Asset loaded. Asset loaded. Asset finalize. Start client, start server, dispose. Okay, that's something we're going to need. Or maybe not. Okay, we may not need it. We should include it anyway. Just so that we can cleanly close things down. Because one assumes this gets called as the server's being closed. Do the other classes even need to be mod systems? They're not adding any content. They're going to be responding to events from another class that's handling all of the events. I don't think they need to be mod systems. They can probably just be blank classes. Yeah, we're overcomplicating things. These do not need to extend mod system. They just need to be a class in and of themselves, and then all the functionality can go in here. Okay, so execution order is fine. Do I need to override this when we know it's never going to be called? Please start the mod on the client side. Note, multiplayer games, server assets blocks. Note, in multiplayer games, the server assets blocks entities have not yet been received. And so no blocks, etc. are yet registered. The code that must run only after we have blocks, items, entities. Add your method to the event block texture loaded. Okay, I don't think they're required. In fact, I would bet that this won't even get called. At least it shouldn't do. API.side. Hello from template mod. Start method called in both client and server for all mods. After all mods are called pre-start or start pre, or before blocks and entities, etc. are loaded client side. Typically used for registering for events and networks and packets, etc. Typically used in mods calls to register classes for your blocks entities, which we're not touching. Do not make calls to API assets at this stage. Same reason as start clients, I assume. Fully start on the server side. Note. Preferably your code which adds or updates behavior should have been run before now. So, it wants me to add event callers to this, and we have it assigned so that it only runs on the server. So in theory, this shouldn't run at all on client, which means we can probably just delete both of these. And we can keep that just to make sure that it only loads there. Oh, that's what it's done. Wait. Yeah, I think I have configured it that way. I've used Visual Studio before. I think I have actually configured it to auto, because I like my functions and things to be laid out like this rather than like this, at least for individual functions, if statements and the like. So I think the template uses this format, and as I've been editing particularly this, the IDE has corrected this one to how I have it configured. Okay, so what do we need to do in here? We need to read the config file, set up starting inventory, set up respawn protection, set up scatter spawn, set up auto backup, register. Does this have an inbuilt spell checker? It doesn't. Register event listeners. Okay, that's all the individual bits and pieces we need to do. We can, let's, right, there's one other thing. Okay, using common at the minute, that's fine. That's what I'm looking for. And here's all our references that we have included. Okay. Right. And this doesn't have cake bake. Okay, there's a build solution button. Let's see what happens if we run the client. Okay. Error, duplicate mod info attribute. That's correct, yes. Try again. Build successful. A whole bunch of flickering. Ah, yes. One moment, please. I need to re-enter my password. Okay. Here's a question. Right, so it failed to load. Why did you fail to load? Can I get... There's no errors or warnings. Where's it going to have put the log files? Is it still using the vanilla ones? Let's quit out. Oh, there we go. Exception. Skidding server utilities is not a valid mod ID. Please only use lowercase letters and numbers. This is the template! I was told to do it this way. That's one way to do it, I suppose. Which piece of this needs to be changed? Is it the first or the second one? I need to grab my... the other mod I made. The code mod. Okay, I'm going to assume the first one is the mod ID, and the second one is the mod name. Because the rest of this would make sense in that case. So, author, skiddink. In fact, there's tooltips here, so it's telling me what they are. String, no, these are just strings. So we think this one needs to be all lowercase. That's the mod ID. This is the mod name. Try that. Enable a mod. Exception skidding server is not a valid mod ID. This is the other way around. I was fooled. It's the other way around in here. Cut. Paste. Now are you happy? There we go. Right. I need to figure out where Oh, it's put in my default vanilla data folder. I mean, that makes sense. Oh. Hang on a second. That means that this is a... .net.exe. That's why this is blank. There we go. Oh, there's the console. That works. So, in theory, the mod hasn't actually loaded yet. Before we continue, though, let's quit back out of this. That's done what we wanted it to do, but I need it to use a different folder for its inconsistent line ending. The line ending in the following. Okay, output path, bin config mods. That's where it's going to save to. How do I tell it to use a different data folder? Because I actually have two data folders and two instances of the game. One's currently set to 1.21 and the other is 1.20. And I've configured those shortcuts to use different data and mod folders. It's gonna be here. That's interesting. Oh no, that's correct. That is correct. Can I make some more changes to this then? Because I had moved my mod folder, or rather, I'd split my data folder in two. I also emptied out the mods folder because it always loads from mods, regardless. Or VintageStory data/mods. So I removed all my mods from that, and I put on my shortcuts a redirect to load the mods from a different folder. Can I show that? Yeah. So, similar to how it's added a mod path here, each of my shortcuts has their own specific mod path, which also then allows me to swap between sets of mods easier. So yeah, the reason there was no other mods loaded is because my mods folder is actually empty. What we need to do is create a new data folder, which is annoying because I already have a data folder for dev. No, we can use the dev data folder. Yeah, I don't see any reason we can't tell it to use the dev data folder. Is that valid? These are global variables. It's a command line argument. That should work. We need to add the same for the server. Okay, let's try that. There should still be one save in there. And that's changed. One moment, please. Okay. So that is where it should be, and it's loaded. We go to... Am I going to have to rebind this every single time? Capture specific window. I'm surprised that that doesn't work. Capture specific window, match title, otherwise find window the same executable. Hi, Winnie. OBS. There is a valid thing. Did you now? I didn't let my channel die. My apologies for that. There's a video buried about 2 years ago. Apologizing for that. Why do you not want to work anymore? Don't make me do screen capture. Now transparency, anti-cheat compatibility hook. Don't care about that. There we go. Get rid of the anti-cheat compatibility hook. We don't need it. Did I do a vid? I don't remember doing a video on Surround or Dishonored. I know I played Dishonored. I don't remember doing a video on Dishonored. Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Actually, we'll keep this one here because I need it for this reference. So, go back. Let's create a new world. Standard is fine. I actually still have debug mode enabled, or dev mode enabled. I forgot about that, but that's fine. So we just want to make sure we're seeing the server notifications for it loading the mod, which is in a separate window. I'm checking now. Okay, so let's see. Client notification. So it's the login. Start discovering assets. Skidding server utilities. Start server notifications. There shouldn't be one for clients. This is what we want to check. That does appear to be correct. I can't see one for the clients. Good. Right. So that's the environment and the absolute basic setup. Right. Next. We're going to need to do something with this. Yep, that definitely sounds like one of my old video names. I've moved to do a little bit more of a let's play thing. Still in triple monitor, at least I did do up until the point that YouTube broke triple monitor playback, video playback, and forced me to stop, because if this doesn't work correctly, what was the point? So now we stream, but we are still streaming on a triple monitor system. And I do have a button to display games in all 3 screens. But today we're doing dev work, so a lot of my right-hand monitor at the moment. Okay, how do you want to do this? Strictly speaking, all of this is variables that need to go into the start an inventory class. So these all need to go in here. It's tried to be too smart with its formatting. Okay. Now, how to do this? Because I don't necessarily want to have... In fact, do we even need the settings object? Actually, yeah, because enabled and disabled isn't actually read from here. Enabled and disabled is something that's going to be in here. So this needs public bool. Well, just a word of warning that triple monitor supporting games is still flaky at best. The triple A's. Thankfully, the widescreen gaming forum is still trucking along. But not every game can be fixed. So, what I'm thinking about at the minute is I don't like having variables be title case. I don't mind methods as much, but I'd rather variables be what's it called? Pascal case, is it? Lowercase first letter, uppercase for all of the other words. Or all lowercase. I don't mind variables being this verbose, but I also wouldn't mind abbreviating some of them. Thank you. It's good to be back. There's a triple T in scattered. Goddamn my keyboard. I need to clean it or replace it. And now it is only single typing. I'm not sure what's doing it. Some kind of issue with the debounce. Causing it to multi-type characters, which is annoying. I may have to change how I wanted to do this. It's going to depend upon this function here. API load mod config. Because it just wants a data structure. And I'd rather it all be in one file rather than 4 separate files. Because if I don't have to write my own JSON parser, or some variation thereof, I would like to use theirs. But if we do it this way, we have to duplicate the data, which isn't too bad, because we can then just null the object to delete it. Or, well, it's going to be a class, isn't it? To uninstantiate it. However, C# does that. Delete or whatever. After we pull all of the individual stuff out of it. It does mean I have to slightly parse it again, but then I could keep it in the format I have it. Because this makes sense to me. And it's readable. This is the thing that other people will be interacting with. So do we want a 1 configuration file or 4? Shin, what would your preference be? How have you done, or how is the configuration file done for or Draconis doesn't have one? Any of your stuff? Jaunt. Yeah, it's just one big config file with all the attributes in it. I could remove the settings part. It is kind of superfluous. I am probably going to move to Linux when Windows 10 stops being an option. I'm fed up with Windows at this point. It will run Windows 11, and Windows is going to continue to bother me about it, even though I keep trying to tell it not to. So yeah, when continuing to struggle with Windows 10 ceases to be a problem, I am probably going to move my main system to Linux. My laptop already runs it. Now, do I remove the settings object and just have them individually? Because I can make sense of this from a loading standpoint. If this is false, then we don't even need to bother processing any of this. No, I'm going to keep it this way. It does mean we'll need to do a little bit more work to the loading and saving of the settings, but let me pull this over onto here, because I need it for a reference now. So that means we need to create a structure that can read that. What did Duck AI tell me about structs? Okay, it's just public struct. Structure in C# is a value type that contains data, field, methods, similar to a class, but with one important difference, which it doesn't give. Characteristics. Value types, unlike classes, which are reference types. Structs are only stored on the stack, unless they are part of a class, and are copied when passed around. Default constructor, C# does not allow a default constructor for struts. They cannot have explicit parameterless constructors. Inheritance structures cannot be inherited. Memory efficient structures can be more memory efficient than smaller data structures. So, public strut config. Can a strut have a strut? Let's ask .ai. Can a structure, or can a struct contain another struct? Fairly sure that's something you can do in C++. Structure address. Okay, so we would have to define the structures separately. I can't nest structs directly. That's fine. It still works. It just means we have to do it slightly differently. Okay, so public bool. Actually, no. Because we have classes by the same name, we need to distinguish them. In fact, this is literally just used for parsing the JSON. The actual structures themselves are not going to be used after that point. So I don't need these to be as human readable. A struct with field initializers must include a declared constructor. Not what I was looking for, that one. Okay, I actually need to look at the code for parsing configurations, because this doesn't need a constructor. Okay, API. Common. Where in here are we looking? Load mod config. I want to go to a file. I want to search in files. In that case, let's search in the API. Nope. Yeah, because it's not a file, it's a function. It's a function of API, core API. So yeah, that's common API. Config. Not what I'm looking for. API. Save options, load options. API clients. No, this is this is building the API website. Is what that folder's for. So .NET Server API config. Exploit identification, game path version. There's no core in here. Doesn't help. Where did they find that method from? It's part of the API, but I can't find a reference for it. API world config. I need to know how it's working. I'm just going to have to do it with classes. I did not want to have to do it that way. Yes, this does just want to be private classes. They shouldn't be used outside of this script. Now why are you complaining? Elements defining namespace cannot be declared as private, protected internal. Okay, that's fine then. Declare them outside the namespace. Now you won't work at all. We left the namespace. Is that an IDE problem, or is that just doesn't work the way I want it to problem? Which is not a problem, that's just a not used to C#. What's the point of private then? How do I define this section outside the namespace then? Elements defined in a namespace cannot be explicitly declared as private, protected internal. Do I need a new file? Probably then. Config struct. Internal class. Internal is not something I am familiar with. Look, AI. What does internal mean in C#? When used to create a class. Is that effectively going to be the same? In C#, the internal access modifier is used to specify the access class of a method. When it's declared to internal, it means that the class is only accessible within the same assembly, i.e. the code compiled library or executable, and not other assemblies, which is what I'm trying to do, kind of. This class can only be accessed within the same assembly. This class can be accessed from other assemblies. What's the difference between internal and private? Okay, private is only accessible from within the containing class. So a class can't be private then, but methods in a class can be. Which is not how I think C++ does things. I'm fairly sure you can define private classes in C++, but they can only be used within the script that they was defined. If I remember right. Again, it's been a year. Use when you want to expose functionality to other classes within the same assembly, but keep it hidden from other assemblies. Used to encapsulate data and methods that should not be accessible outside of a containing class. Ensuring strict encapsulation. Okay, so we can keep it inside here, but we'll use internal instead. I don't know whether or not that's good practice, as I am not used to that function. To be fair, I'm not used to defining this stuff as classes. I would define it as a struct if I knew I could get away with it, but I don't think I can. Okay, so each of these needs enable. In fact, can I... I wonder. No, I'm still going to need to define the classes themselves. There's probably a better way of doing this. But if I can't see the code, then I don't know for sure. Okay, I'm going to need one more class as well anyway. Public SI settings. As settings. Capital S, please. Okay. Gonna need another class for that. I might move these into their individual scripts. The settings bit at least, because the settings will be loaded in there. Yeah, this is going to need... Oddly enough, that is actually correct. As you know, it's not, it's code. That's something that... String, bool, float, and other custom classes. Any object that can be serialized should be included in the mod configuration class. This includes but not limited to... I've got to assume it's going to create an array of the classes. But I don't know what format it needs that to be in. Say item doesn't have a constructor currently. Yeah, that's what I thought. And that's just creating a blank one. I want it to create a constructor that, or if the configuration file doesn't exist, I want it to be able to generate a configuration file that has at least one item in it. So I think at that point you need to go public SI item. Yep, that'll do. Code equals code. Save me a few bits of typing. We may as well keep it set to temporal gear. Oh, look, the bot's here. One moment, please. Click. report, spam, spam, Salim viewers. Next, I verify report, block, done. Okay, I'm looking at this and it looks like a mess. I don't like the fact that it looks like a mess. Public SI config as starting inventory. Public RP config as respawn protection. Public SS config scatter spawn. Public AB config auto backup. Nope, that's wrong. You got it right last time. I mean, some commenting will probably go a long way to making this a little bit more readable. Now, do I move these classes somewhere else? Just so that they're all together rather than just pasted at the bottom of here. I still need to add a few extra things into them. Let's finish them first and then I'll figure out where they go. So this one only has a single variable, which is an int, which is max protect time, which defaults to 600, 10 minutes. This one has a number. All of them are doubles. Or floats. Shin, are you still there? Do you know whether or not offhand the coordinate system uses floats or doubles? Positionings and things. I think I can find it. It's just... no, use this one. Server, isn't it? I think I saw this. Server API. Server player? No, not what I'm looking for. Actually, no, player will be a common API thing. Entities, that's where they are. Entity player. In fact, no, just entity, because everything's going to be based off that. Splash particles, registered object, namespace. Oh, entities don't by default have a coordinate system, at least not there. Vector 3D. Position before falling. Vector 3D doubles. I guess Shin must have left. Like that I've done this all with classes. But everything does have defaults now, doesn't it? Yes. Okay. Now, where do we put these? Do we leave them in here? Or put them somewhere else? I have three options. I can leave them all in here. I can split them out into the individual file that will handle the actual settings themselves, or I could just put them all in their own file. Which one makes the most sense to how I want to work? Because it's not like any of this gets exposed to the user. Well, it's creating a configuration file that is exposed to the user, but the actual code isn't. I am leaning towards putting them all in the same, their own file called structs or structures. Or rather save structure, maybe. config struct. Doesn't need an internal class. With the same name. There we go. I don't think I can make that clearer. Suppose the thing to do now is to see whether or not it will actually create and save a structure like that. It's not throwing any complaints at me. Right, so read the configuration file. No, calling load config. We do need the API though. I mean, this shouldn't matter. It's just the code inside, or the fact that I've been coded for so long makes me look at that and says, only we want to be executing that function. Nothing outside of this script or outside of this wants to be executing that function. That's why I want to set things as private. In reality, no one is ever going to try. But still, my sensibilities want it to be there. Okay. So it's returning a config object. Right, that's defining the config object as the static in the class itself, the overarching class. We don't need to do that because we're going to be splitting the configuration file apart and sending it to the three classes that handle them. So we define it here. I know I can copy paste. I prefer when I'm learning stuff to actually type it out. It helps me internalize it better. It's the same reason you'll never catch me vibe coding until I actually know the systems I'm using. I want to know and understand the code that's being written. And we should, because this is a file operation. This does get marked with the mod that called it, so I don't need to add anything extra. Config file failed to load. Does the catch exception E? Okay, we can print out the exception. We're missing a header. Can you fix that for me, please? Quick action referencing. Using system. That's something that's missing from this. We have a warning, though. Where from? Oh, E is not used. Probably. There we go. So that duplicates that more or less. So yeah. They got that twice, which is fine. That at least tells us that if the file doesn't exist, then load mod config will return null. Will you tell me this? There we go. Where are you? iCore API common. Where is this common? There's common. Are we in? Is this actually the core repository? iCore API common. utilities? Where is it getting this function from? Read-write exceptions or reader-writer exceptions. String utilities. JSON utilities. Populate. From string, 2 bytes. To object. Can read. It's not in here. Not going to be in properties. Config dimension, game version, runtime environment, global constants. Not quite the same thing. Where is the actual search entire repository? That's what I'm looking for. It's up at the top. Load mod config. There you are. That's not helpful. Damn it. I wanted to see the actual code of the thing. Never mind. But it does specifically say loads the config file and prepares the mod config folder. You only need to provide a unique file name. Recommendations. Surround this call with try catch. Be aware that these configs are not synchronized between client and server. Each side will have their own store of configuration. If the configuration affects gameplay, you likely need to synchronize it with the client via a packet return. Returns null if the file does not exist. So yeah, we do need if config equals null, then config equals to new config. I just noticed something. I'm curious as whether I did actually notice it. Yeah, these are using lowercase variables. That's fine. Okay. So that'll load the config. And then after all of this, actually, we only really need to do it if we have to create it, don't we? Yeah, this one stores it there. So rewrites it. Which is kind of redundant because it's loading it here. So really this line should be in here, which is what I'm going to do. So API dot, that is not what we're trying to do. That fingers. No. Oh, that's why. Save mod config. Config to skid inc server utilities.json. The reason I'm naming this skidding server utilities is because I'm obviously setting this up specifically for the server I'm going to run. Whether or not I make it a subserver or not. And I want other people to have the ability to use it. I'm also going to make sure all of the source code is included. I don't know whether or not it's required or not. But I'm going to make sure all the source code is included within it. So if people want to make a fork of it before I set up some sort of repository somewhere, they can just grab it and make changes as they like and name it their own thing. Stores a config in preparation or in a paired config folder. You only need a unique file name. For T, make the class. For T, just make a class with all fields public. Yeah, the class is all fields are public. The class itself is internal though, which will hopefully work. We'll find out in a bit. We're getting there. Be sure to set useful default values. Be aware that these configs are not synchronized. Yes. It doesn't give me the nice in Java, it would tell me what exceptions could be thrown. This is a file write operation. It could trigger an exception. That's probably why it isn't in the example in here. Because a file write could nonetheless still trigger an exception. And we're now outside of try, which means if we haven't, or if that line fails, it'll crash. Because the exception will get passed up the system. Okay, I think we can test that now. Am I in the right folder? Yes. Okay, save. Save all. Let's remove that from here. Right. Push a button. Okay, there's a bunch of warnings there. Field config staff is never assigned to and will always have its default value of null. That's not correct. We can suppress those warnings. Although, actually, no, it shouldn't have a default value of null. Yeah, no, it's wrong. They should either get assigned here or they'll get assigned here. Where are you actually complaining? Oh, you're complaining about this. Yeah, that's because these are all classes rather than structures. That's fine. If I could use structures and I didn't have to define them, I would do. So yeah, we can suppress that warning in here. I just need to figure out how to do that. Let's just make sure that it loaded. Okay, the mod loaded. There's nothing. We can just load into this one. See if it burns. Okay, well, we got in. If it crashed... Oh, that's something we didn't do. We didn't put in a log message to say that it successfully loaded the configuration. So what I'm actually looking for in this backtrace is start of server, end of server, and nothing else. Okay, which means if we go to the configuration folder, there should be... There is not. There is not a configuration file in this folder. It didn't work. Unless it's tried to put it in a different configuration folder. Maybe it tried to put it in the original configuration folder? Mod config. No, it just hasn't worked. So far as I can see, it hasn't worked. So it's definitely running this. Config. Define it here. Load the configuration file. It should return null because it doesn't exist. And then I would like a test. Is this right for concatenating strings? I will have to check. Config dot start in inventory dot settings dot items 0 dot code. We can't leave this in here because it will break if somebody removes all of the items from that list. Okay, but it didn't create the file so far as I can see. So we'll rerun it and try again. It didn't throw any errors at me. I didn't notice any errors. That's all the console stuff. That's not quite what we're looking for. Build. Duck AI. How do I mute warnings? In a particular for CS0 or code CS0. To mute a specific warning CS in C# which indicates the field was never assigned to a value, you can use Pragma warning directive. Pragma warning disable. Hopefully that applies specifically to the script that it's in. Where do we need to put this? Oh, before every single field. Maybe. Ah, no, we put it at the top and the bottom of the page in question should do it. Pragma warning disable. Yes. 0649. And then restore it at the bottom. Save that file. Okay. If we run it again, we shouldn't get that error this time. Yep, they disappeared. Okay. Let's run this again and see whether or not... Oh, that threw me back to... Exception, null reference. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Okay. So it's not assigning it. Is it not trying? Which part of this is config was null? That implies that the try statement isn't even running. No, I see the problem. I see the problem. It's here. I trusted the autocomplete. I'm not used to IDE autocompletes. Spent too long programming in text pattern and the like. So yeah, that's the reason why it's failing and not creating a new file. Because it wasn't checking if it was null, it was checking if it was not null. Okay, stop. Right. Go again. I won't bother changing the screen because it's not like there's anything in-game. Okay, you shouldn't have done it that time. Okay, object starting inventory was null. Ah, bollocks. Yeah. Those warnings were actually telling me something correct. I hadn't finished that file. I shouldn't have ignored the warnings. Because, yeah, these do still need to be assigned. I did not think that through. Okay. Because, yeah, we did it there, but we failed to do it everywhere else. It would have been fine if the configuration existed in advance. So it's a good job it didn't, because if we had moved the configuration over so we could test it before testing it generating a new configuration, then we would not have caught this, and it would have crashed. On first contact with the enemy, the other players. Oops. Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. So yeah, this shouldn't throw a warning anymore because they now do have defaults. Whoops. Okay, what did we miss? Config starting inventory was null. I think I know why this is. It now probably has a configuration file it's reading from, and that configuration file is likely incomplete. There is a file there. Boop. There's our problem. What we want is this, when it first generates, to read this. So let's close that and delete it. Stop. But it has now deleted it, so we at least know that it's loading and deleting correctly. Now we just need to know whether or not it loads and deletes the correct values correctly. Try again. If at first you don't succeed, tweak a line of code and try again. Oh, that's lasted longer. That probably means the file's already there now. Let's have a look. Did it work? There's the file. That looks about right. They're all disabled by default, but that's correct. That's what we set it to. I see a typo. I see a extra letters. And I see a correct spelling in one of them, or in the auto-generated one, and a bad spelling in the manually generated one. Are the only spelling mistakes in scattered spawn? Everything else looks fine to me. Yeah. There we go. That's better. We'll delete that file and allow it to regenerate it with the correct spellings. Okay, scatter spawn settings. There is a missing U. Where is that U? After the T. And there is an extra O in there. Okay. And because we know that that's correct on that, this does mean that, yeah, everything will be disabled by default. People will need to run the server first once to then enable individual features on it. Which means they'll need to run the server, then restart the server. Is there a way I can get it to create the configuration file? No, there isn't. Because the configuration file relies on the ability to read the items. it needs to be, or because we're going to need to be able to add items to a player inventory, and I want to be able to verify that the item code is valid when we load the configuration file rather than when we try to add the item. So I don't think there's a way around that. We'll just have to make sure when we create the mod page for it that it knows, or that we put in that the configuration is generated when the server first launches. So you'll need to change the configuration and relaunch the server for anything to run. We were just changing some spelling stuff. So let's make sure this generates the file correctly this time. Oh, we also spelled utilities wrong on the original. And we did tweak those numbers, that's fine. That looks good to me. Okay. Let's leave. And if we rejoin, make sure we don't get any errors. It's not like it's doing anything with them. We just want to make sure that it does in fact load the configuration file rather than regenerate the configuration file. Hopefully this doesn't have username passwords in it. Got a username in there, but that's fine, as long as it doesn't have my password. Okay. Start in single player server. There we go. Start server. Item to give a player on create. Item gear temporal, which is correct. And if we scroll up to the first time we logged in, which is above this bit, there should be 3 messages. There they are. Configuration file doesn't exist, creating default file. Okay, good. Working as expected and intended. Excellent. So we can now use this one as we're playing with things. Right. I am going to want to iterate on that, but not here. Okay, slight tweak to the way we've done this. That does not need to be in that case format. That makes me happier. I mean, technically, yes, that is the next thing I'm going to type. Not necessarily there, but if it's going to help me do this, then... speeds things up a little. Okay. I did create them as separate classes, didn't I? Yes. Okay. Now there's... Am I allowed to do that? Actually, the way I want to do this is we go if that, then that. And then at this point, so yeah, let's abbreviate these. Oh, right, yeah, because they're not currently included. But they're in the configuration file, we better include them. We can comment out them or comment them out later if we end up not finishing them and running with what we have. That's very fucking irritating. I remember why I really didn't like this particular IDE, because it does stuff like that. I don't want to necessarily auto-complete on space. Okay, that's why. Okay. Why is that not saved? I've not changed anything in there. Oh, right, it's changed because we've removed some of the excluded files. Okay, start in inventory. Things we basically need to pass to it is these. Inconsistent accessibility field type. SS items is less accessible than field items. They're in the same namespace. I mean, I can set it to internal as well, because it's only going to be accessed in here, but it's internal to elsewhere. I mean, for this, we can actually just create the or create it as a strut. Or create another one as a strut, rather. This time. Inconsistent accessibility. SSI is less accessible than starting inventory member name cannot be the same name as their closing type. So yeah, that doesn't want void. Constructors don't want void. Is that just because I haven't got anything in here yet? Maybe. Give on create equal to settings dot give on create. Give on respawn equals settings dot give on respawn. Items. This might not be compatible because it's a different... It's effectively the same thing, but I may have to use SI item. Yeah, incompatible type. Why would that matter? I suppose it matters because, yeah. It matters because if you were to try to call this and this from something else, it wouldn't be able to get access to that. Which is fine, because again, these classes aren't going to be accessed from anywhere other than here anyway. That does mean we need to do the same on these. Not used to the internal modifier notation thing. Technically, all of these could be, or all of these could be private as well. They're only ever going to be called from within this class, which is the point of me setting it up this way. Did I delete that? I did delete that, damn. We have 4 warnings. Inconsistent accessibility type. Can I make these private? Hey, we can make these private. It's not that they're internal, they just don't want to be accessed from anywhere other than this script. But I couldn't set this to private. That has to be internal. I wonder why there's that distinction. It's kind of immaterial. It's a server-side utility mod. It's going to do 4 different things. The bit I'm working on at the minute is the ability to assign a configurable starting inventory that'll be given to players when they join, or create, rather. But the other parts of this are I want to add a respawn protection so that immediately after you spawn or you respawn, until you move or perform an action, hostile mobs will ignore you, as if you was in creative mode. I haven't exactly figured out how, but manipulating creative mode or probably spectator mode might be the way around doing that. Scatter spawn is supposed to modify the spawning system so that you can scatter players throughout the world without needing to have players have completely random spawn points if they die. So, for example, it will move the player's default spawn point to somewhere else from another player, so that whenever they die, they always spawn there, whether they've bound a new spawn point or not. And if they've bound a new spawn point, they'll use that spawn point until it runs out of charges. And then auto backup is self-explanatory. But it's been a long time since I've programmed, so it's taken me a while to get used to C#. Messing with my C++ brain that is far more ingrained. Okay, so all the configurations have been copied in now. Let's not worry about any of these. Right. The only event listener we need now... Yeah, now's the time for event listeners. Let's get this. Okay, so... Start server side. We are just putting this in start, or in start rather than start server. Can I should still be able to get what I need out of this. Can I still get event, or is that explicitly a server thing? Okay, we do need to add a server-side load. We can't get the server-side events from here. That's fine. Is there any reason not to just move this all to start server? It is a server mod. It doesn't necessarily need to load anything from default. And I think start server loads after start. Let's check this. Okay, so yeah, we want to be in here, mod system. Remind myself. Okay, start method is called both from client and server, which at the minute it isn't because we've used should load to stop it from loading on the client. After all mods already received a call to start pre, but before blocks, items, entity recipes are loaded. And sometime before start server side. So what's the point of execute order then? Because we was trying to execute it here. If you need the mod to be executed in a certain order, adjust the method, this method's return value. The server will call each mod's pre-start and start methods in ascending order of each mod's execution order value. And thus, as long as every mod registers its event handlers in the start method, all handlers will be called in the same order. So, okay. But the event handler we need is from iCore Server API. Okay, I think we keep it as is. Because at least this way around, it still guarantees that this one specifically gets loaded after the items have been loaded. Which means that we can check that this item list is valid. In theory. Okay, so register an event listers will go elsewhere. We know this is working, so I don't need a log here. I do want those logs. Okay. Right. Public override. Void start server. I don't think we have any reason to call this. I think it's just Visual Studio putting it in because it's expecting it as an override. Yeah, so we can get rid of that. Server API. Now, why are they making Server API global? Because they're using it here. That's fair. Item stack world get block. Basic torch lit up. Is it always get block and not get item? Item stack torch. Torch is a block, but what about things that aren't blocks? Oh, it's server API world. We'll do it this way. API dot world dot get item ID. Block ID. Get block accessor. I think that means we need to check to see if it's a block first, check to see if it's an item first. New asset locator. Core API. Where are the other APIs? Core server API. Oh, it wasn't there. I just wasn't looking right. Fair enough. Server world accessor. Register item, register blocks. It's the default spawn position sent by the server, usually in the middle of the map. This is something useful to know. Because this is what we're going to be trying to override. Ooh. This is not what we're working on at the minute, but now that I've seen it. But it's not a property. It's a property. It's not a I can't set it, but that's fine. What I want to effectively do is change it on or send a different value. Can you use Harmony to override a getter? Because that would immediately solve the problem. That would be exactly how you'd do it. Mental note. iWorld accessor. Might be useful later. Okay, here we go. Search blocks. Returns all block types with a given wildcard. Returns all item types with a given wildcard. Retrieves the item class from a given item code, will return null if the item does not exist. Logs a warning if the block does not exist. Okay, so we can still use get item, get block. Which one do you run first, though? Or is there a specific difference? This is technically the next thing that we want to be doing, but given we're on it anyway, and it is quite literally the next thing in the list. Because the, what's it called? The event lister is a fixed problem or solved problem. I already know how to implement that. We literally have a workable example we can use. Game mode 2. Right. Code block torch lit up. It's doing a wildcard search, isn't it? Get block torch basic lit up. Choosing the item block class from a given code. There's the item. Drops when broken. Why do I feel like... I should probably test it. I feel like it's wrong. The example code is wrong. I feel like it should be using get item, not get block. Because those codes are different. This one is game torch basic lit up. This one is block torch basic lit up. Okay, we're just going to have to test to see what does and doesn't work. It's a little too ambiguous. It could be either or. Okay. Right, so I need access to iCore server API. I don't think I have any reason to use the core API. And in fact, use the same case as we have everywhere else. Right, so the next bit is we'll use player join at the minute. It will be player create in the long term, but we do need player join anyway. Server API dot event dot. In fact, we'll add all three that we know we need. Player create. That's equal to method that doesn't exist yet. Player join. Respawn. Okay. Wait a moment. This uses private. It's been complaining at me about the use of private. Technically what we actually want. Although that's adding incorrect things. Event handler player create. iServer player. Now, where can I get the specifics of what these use? This is API, server event API. One assumes. Is it just server API? Where is this coming from? I found it earlier. Here they are. Player delegate, iPlayer. Yeah, iServer player. So that's how we figure out what it's sending. Oh, it is just player join. I thought it was player joined. Yeah, my bad. It was right the first time round. Okay. And in this instance, yeah, it's just a player object. So for the time being, we'll use this one so we can test it, but this will get moved into player create eventually. This one will want to be public because it wants to be called from the other, from the server utilities class. Do I need it to provide feedback? No. I do want it to log though. So that's something that we should send to here. In fact, do we need to? Mod.log. Give items. No. No, what are you doing? Okay, I don't think I have access to mod.log from in here. Or mod.logger. Which means mod must be a variable in mod system. So I have to send there we go. I'm getting a feel for finding my way around this, but it is taking me a lot longer than I would have liked it to. That's what I get for not touching programming for half a year, much less C#. I do not promise that any of this code is good. Send it to someone who reviews code. They can tell me whether or not it's good. Or at least passable. Okay, so this wants to call that dot. I've not saved the file, so it may not be in here yet. Let me just check this. Something in the back of my head is scratching and saying I've missed something. It may just be the fact that we're going to need server API in here, which we actually now do have because it's part of parent. Principal goal is to try and keep the individual systems in their own class. The starting inventory is not that big of a deal because it's a fairly simple thing it needs to do, but the other ones are going to be a bit more complicated. My keyboard is double tapping some keys is going to screw me up at some point. So far, I've always noticed it. But sooner or later, I will, in fact, miss it. Okay. Ooh. Oh, it is the same format as C++, thank God. Although really it's... For each item for item files, that's what we actually want. I might change the format of this log message, but for now, this will do. Give in player.player name. For now, we'll use item.code. Right, now we need the second part of this. Okay, so get block item.item code. Actually, no, not quite. New. What's the method? Asset location. I could do with knowing what that is specifically. Defines a complete path to an asset, including its domain. In JSON assets, asset locations are represented by a single string in the form of domain path. To access an asset in vanilla, use the domain game. Code language, code, game, vegetable cocktail root. Which is what I thought. Defines a complete path to an asset including its domain. Ah, no, we're looking... Wait, no, because yeah, it's going equals new asset locator. Oh, is it just that get block doesn't or can't take a string? I'm thinking too hard. Yeah, it's just that it takes an asset location, which is just a slightly more complex string. So, new asset location, item code. Am I missing a bracket? Yes. The default asset doesn't contain game. And that is not a block. And now, let's just use what a template does, or what the tutorial does. And then we'll play around with that and see what doesn't work, what throws errors and what else. No issues in there, no issues in there, no issues in there. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay. It did not work. It looks like it may not have run. In fact, I don't think it has run because I don't think my mod is loaded. Nope, there it is. Why could I not see... I may have skimmed past it. Oh, right, no, we removed those log messages, that's why. It just doesn't appear to have actually executed. Let's put some sanity checking log messages back in. To remove later. Let's see if we can figure out why it didn't appear to run. So, server API, you set the server API up here. They're reusing it here. Server event player join plus equal to the name of the method. Plus equal to this, player join, event handle player join. Private void, event handle on player join, iServer player. If SI is enabled, that's why. In fact, that is some log messages we will include. Rather than having these ones, we'll add notices or notices to the individual constructors. Did I delete the text after to do? Did I create constructors for the rest of them? No, okay. So we'll use that as a base. Please save that. Don't need that. Okay, if at first you don't succeed. So this is identical to what the tutorial says, and it still didn't give us a torch. It should at least be enabled now. Oh no, it's trying to give me a temple gear. Wait a second. It's trying to give me a temple gear. I thought I... Nope, no, that's correct. That's correct. The message is correct because the message is actually... So yeah, trying to give me a temple gear. That's correct because this is still using the item code from the for loop, which is fine. But it failed to give me the torch, and there's no error messages to say why. Oh, I'm a bloody idiot. We're missing a bit. We're missing a bit. We put it in that line. We've created the torch. What we didn't do is actually give us the torch. Dot try. I wonder, is there just a give item stack? No, it's always try give item stack. Fair enough. Tries to add a given item stack to the player's inventory. Item stack boolean slot notify effect false. I'm assuming that if I save this, I'm still going to need to quit and log back in again to get it to do anything. Okay, it's saved. Let's go again. Because the torch is an item and a block. Hey, there we go. So it did give us a torch. Game torch basically lit up. We're in creative, so let's put ourselves out of creative. Game mode 1. Place. Pick up. But that's not the same code as the block. Okay, now let's see what happens if we change it to give item torch. We should have emptied our inventory of the torch first. Never mind. Too late now. Get item. And run. I'm not sure why the tutorial would use get block. Unless it was required. Because it would make more sense just to get item. Okay, so it has actually failed. It's going okay. We have all of the, or a lot of the structure in place now. So we're actually just trying to figure out the specifics around the not item stack. Cannot create item stack in it without item. Okay. So one assumes that's because torch is a block. So what if I change this to be not a torch, but something we know is an item? Although you can still place it on the ground, but I'm fairly sure it's going to be an item rather than a block. temple gear. And I run that. Do we still break? We still break. Non-zero chance that temple gear is classed as an item. Or a block, rather. Get item does still use asset locator, right? Yes. Item code. So I think I need what is absolutely going to be an item. Something like a carrot. Maybe a weapon. Or maybe it explicitly now needs game colon. Because we're not giving it a full asset locator. Can I re-execute this? Or do I have to restart? Can it create item stack without an item? Notice a bunch of warnings there. Civil utilities process is assigned but value is never used. They'll fix themselves. They will be assigned. And used eventually. Starting world. Single player server is now running. So I'll be joining. Same error. Okay. Can you skip it, please? Right. Carrot. Page code carrot. Item. Vegetable carrot. Game carrot. Vegetable carrot. Which one do I specifically need? Block torch lit up. I suppose that answers that question. It's adding that in front of it. Game torch. Sorry, wrong screen. So that, I think, confirms that carrot is in fact an item. The fact it has item there. Which probably means... Well, no, because we're using... Oh, maybe that's the problem. It's not this I'm after. It's that. It's just temple gear. Throw the torch away. So if I change that just to temple gear, not item temple gear, or gear temple, and I try that again, will it work now? Because that quite literally just could be that I'd used the wrong item code. And that being the case, it just means that for every single item in the list, I need to check to see whether or not it's a block or an item. I don't need the player to do that, I can do that myself. Okay, We know what we're doing. We do then need to make a slight tweak to the code. I don't really want to have to do it every single time. We need to verify the list anyway, so we'll do it as we're verifying the list. I don't want the player to have to do it. So I think we have to do it in here with public bool is item. Now, how do I assign the size of that without passing it something else first? Because I'm not entirely sure how to ask this question, what we'll do is we'll try and ask Duck AI. I'm creating a variable that is an array of booleans, array of bool, that needs to be given a size in the constructor of a different array. I mean, it may just be list. This may be smart. This may just have a length. Does items.length exist? There we go. Overcomplicating things. C++ doesn't allow you to do that unless it's explicitly assigned as an array, because bracket is a primitive data type. And I don't believe it has a length value in it. It might actually do. I could be wrong. So is item equals new this is the bit I'm not sure how to do. This is the bit I need. Getting the size isn't the problem. How do I set the size of in a constructor? Oh, it's just new bool size. Simple enough. Items dot length. Okay. This is a potential issue. If the item is bad and doesn't exist, I would like to remove it from the array. I would need to rewrite the array and then replace it. Yeah, there's a few ways I can do this. I'm at the point where I need a break anyway, so I'll take a break. I'll figure out the way around I want to do this, because there's a number of ways I can do it. In fact, I already know how I should be doing it. Because the actual thing we should be checking is this, and then populating items from it. Does C# let me go items.add? No. We need to use a slightly more advanced array type. And I'll need to look up what they are. They may just be array, or they may be a vector or something, but I'll have a look after my break. So I'll go get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, so I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Right. Does it exist? Damn it. I'm very sure that's a valid C++ collection. Ah, wait, no. If I remember right... Maybe? Bollocks. Typo namespace vector cannot be found. Ah, we were close. It's not in collections for some reason. Ah, wait, maybe it's... this might not be what I think it is. Represent a single vector of a specific number of type. No, that is what I'm looking for. For a low-level optimization. It might not be what I need, though. In C++, vector is kind of a basic array type. There is another way around of doing this without needing to go into using vectors, thinking about it. It just means we need to process the list twice. Parent. Search. Which one do we do first? Search block or search items? Go alphabetically. It doesn't really matter which way round we do it. Search block. Does want an asset locator wildcard. I don't necessarily want to use a wildcard though. Turns all block types of a given wildcard. I just want to know if it exists. Will return null if the block does not exist. Okay, so yeah, we can just use get. Ah, what are you doing? Stop auto-completing so strangely. Will that do the job? Get the asset locator, keep it in temp locator. Use an item.code the items got from the for each. Okay, yep. And then what we do is we go items equals new that. I could do this with a collection, and in the grand scheme of things, I'm saving very little processing cycles doing it this way round. But this is saving me from having to look up what actual collections there are and the specific methods for them. This needs tweaking. It's not inherently wrong, but it's not quite what I need it to do. Reset that because may as well reuse the count. Stop doing that. Okay. Is item false? I think that'll do the trick. It's longer than it needs to be, but now I'm curious anyway. Duck AI, give me a list of collection types in C#. Just need the list. Just the list, no details. Okay, yeah. There's array, there's a list. Stack. It's listed stack twice. It's listed queue twice. To be fair, it's given me a valid list. Do I want to do it as arrays? Let's do it properly. They should be arrays. Is array really not in collections? No, it's lied to me. Array isn't a valid type. Unless arrays don't work this way round? But if they don't work that way round, how do they work? No, that's not what I asked for. It's given me how to use, it's like your standard brackets array. So it's maybe not array, maybe just be list then. List is a valid one. Okay. List will probably do the trick. Collections generic. Okay, that being the case. Delete those. Actually, no, we want to keep the bottom one. We want to delete the top one. And the items dot add item. Okay, now, can I still iterate with that as a for loop? Or do I need a different structure to iterate through a list? It's not complaining about its use here. Again, let's ask the AI, just because search is not as good a tool as it used to be. What's best practice for iterating through a list? Okay, yeah. It just says for loop. So it doesn't look like it's telling me to use an iterator or something specific like that. Okay. Now we just need to tweak this bit. I may need to do this one as an actual for loop rather than for each, because I need to get the current index. So yeah, let's change this to a for loop. For int t equals 0, t is less than items.count t++. If is item e, that is a boolean, and this is the wrong way around. The reason I use T rather than I is just because the first tutorial I learnt, which had for loops in it, which was a PHP tutorial. For whatever reason, use t as the iterator value, or as the index value. And now I just always use t. And if I have a for loop in a for loop, it's tt. Because that's just how my brain now works. Hardwired to code them that way. Give the given player every item in the items list. Okay. Let's give a little bit of space between that and that. This is still being called from the wrong location. And we still need to implement these. But let's see and make sure that this works. To which end? We know that that item works. That's an item. There's a word before lit up. What is it? Basic. That's the one. And I want to use the full thing. That's something we haven't put in yet. Item stack, one assumes. Give us 2 torches. And then I want to give an item from a different mod. So I'm going to need to copy... I need to think of a mod that has a item that I can grab, that I can easily guess the item ID for without having to go into the game. And I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. No. We'll drag primitive survival into the folder that will... into the defaults mods folder. We need to remember to delete it because it doesn't want to stay in there. I could guess an item? Let's try and guess an item. Primitive survival. I'm probably going to spell it wrong, but this is actually fine because I kind of want it to fail on one of these. If that is right, I will be surprised and delighted in equal measure, particularly if it works. Okay, last check. So we know the message is getting sent to here fine. We're not handling those yet. That's okay. Don't worry about how you're going to handle them in the minute, Nathan. Just focus on the bit that you actually need. We're now using lists. We're looping through. That's wrong. Settings dot items. As item. We use the item code to get the temporary location. We check to see if it's found in blocks, and if it is, we add it to the items list, and we set the item type or is item to false. We then check to see if it's an item. Not equal to null, not equal to null, so it's found something. Yep. And then we add it to the items, and we set add it to items to true, so that always adding to both. It will always be in sync. We iterate through the actual items list up until count not equal to. So yep, that shouldn't go over. Spit out the item that's being given. I wonder if there's a slightly cleaner way of doing this. I don't suppose debug F is a thing. No. Give him player 9 item code. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, create a new item stack. If it is an item, get the item from get item. Otherwise, get it from get block. Get the item code, get the item number. Try to give the item to the player. Okay. Oh, that instantly failed. Null reference exception. Object reference is not set to an instance of an object. Which part? Is it because we're not using this dot parent? It might be because we're not using this dot parent. But even then, that should work. Object reference is not. Which part of that line broke? So I know why there's a problem. That's being called from here. But we should be executed after items have been loaded. That's what that's supposed to say. Oh! It's because it's trying to use the server API. And the server API doesn't exist yet. That being the case, we may as well just move everything into the server API, or the server side then. Either that, or we would need to write a separate initialization function that is called after the server side comes up. But I think we're probably just better off just moving it all into the server side. Because as it stands, we're not using Core API for anything. I don't think we need start, which probably means that we don't need execute order anymore. Order of operations error. You okay with that now? Well, it didn't instantly crash, which is a good sign. It does still have issues though. Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I know why that is. I'm surprised I didn't throw a compiler warning. These aren't initialized because they're no longer basic variable types. I do actually need to go that and that. Code autocomplete can sometimes be very helpful. There we go. Now we see whether or not it actually gets into game and if it gives us the items we need. Okay, that's worked correctly. We only have 2 of the 3 items, but that very well could be because the other one, either the mod isn't technically in here. I may actually have to add other mods a different way. No, Primitive Survival is in here, which means we probably used the wrong code for the Earthworm Grunter. It might just be called, oh, it's not called either. It's Earthworm Grunting... So what's the stick thing called then? Okay, that doesn't open up. Steak. Is it not a steak? Did they change things? Have they changed a lot of things in that mod? I'm not seeing steaks. Does Primitive Survival need a companion mod? Primitive Survival, client registered 1 network channel. Primitive Survival, the server does not know about. Client registered 1 network channel. Primitive Survival, the server. Oh! Interesting. So how the hell do I, get the server to load additional mods? I suppose I just need to put it in the folder that it's looking for the mod in. There's a specific location. So the reason the items aren't there is because I need to add the mod into here. So project directory. Bin configuration, which is debug. That's the only configuration we have at the minute. Mods. So if I copy primitive survival into there, will that work better? Good. Client can see it at least. Okay, good. Server, I think, is loading it now. Okay. That's good, because I don't believe we threw those onto the ground. Right. What is your name? It's just called a grunter. Okay, so it handles if the item name is wrong. Let's make sure it handles if the item name is right. So we need to tweak this. Grunt is spelled correctly. Primitive survival is spelled correctly. Okay, resave that. We don't need to reload the client because we're just making a configuration change to the configuration file. Log back in again. And Bob's your uncle, Fan is your aunt. There you are with an earthworm grunter. Success! Mod works. At least one part out of 4 works and is finished. We'll do a quick review to make sure we haven't forgotten anything. Actually, no, there is one more thing we need to tweak. Tweak or add. So it's never supposed to run on join. It's supposed to run on either create and or respawn, depending on the configuration. So let's change give items to include a boolean to say whether or not this is respawn. And then we can just go if respawn, else, and then we go give on respawn if, as you know, the way to do it would be, we're close, not quite right. Do it this way. If respawn or, no, and if respawn and give on respawn. Okay, so if this is not a respawn, which must mean it is a create, and give on recreate is true, or this is a respawn and give on respawn is true, then give the items. We need to test each variation of this, just to be sure. Let me just quickly check in here. I just need the log section. Skid moved. Skid ink moved. Oh yeah, because I threw them onto the ground, which means the messages I'm looking for are slightly beforehand. Where are these? Here they are. Giving game gear, giving... Yep, okay, good. Right, so I'm thinking that should work and is done. Maybe add an extra comment or two as to what specifically it's doing in general up at the top. In fact, yes. Okay, that's done. That doesn't want to be in there. That wants to be in here, and it's set to false there. And it wants to be in here and set to true here. Okay, so current configuration is set up with it giving on create and not on respawn. So let's test that. I can actually remove primitive survival now, but it's too late, we've fired it up. We can delete this world and create a new one. It should start us with all three. Good. In fact, we can already see them in our inventory. So that was something I was concerned. Yeah, when animals spawn in, they don't spawn in with their animation running. Did anybody else just see that wolf or fox just slide along the ground? Yeah, what was I saying? So yeah, the items work. So on create fires before the character is actually created. But are they placed in the world at that point? That's a problem for later. Anyway, We need to kill or die. Let's go somewhere where our items will not be underneath us when we respawn. Okay, and it hasn't given us replacement items. Good. So now let's quit out. Go back over to the configuration file. Will it invert them? So it will no longer give us items when we create a character. It will give us items when we respawn. I'm going to then delete this. Create a new world. Good, we don't have any items. I don't think that quite kills me. Ah, right, yeah, this is default world generation. That's why it doesn't look quite as nice as what I'm used to. We fell over and cannot get up. And it's given us our items. Excellent. So that's working exactly as intended. Beautiful. 1 of 4 complete. And it only took us 4 and a bit hours. To be fair, some of that was also setting up the actual configuration readers, classes, and all of that lot. And learning all of this system again. Okay. Actually, what I'm specifically going to set my server up with doesn't matter. Let's just change it back to the default. And we need to make sure that that is in fact the default. Because we've tweaked what we wanted the default to be. Yeah, this is wrong. Game : there we go. Now that's fine. Okay. So that is one part of this equation done. The next one is respawn protection. Now, how the hell do we go about this? Does this need to be internal? Can it be private? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I've lost my sublime text. There it is. Right, yeah, the only configuration in here is max protect time. Do I need to set a default for this? No, it's going to get assigned in the constructor. Not quite. Yep, that's the stub. Now comes the hard part, figuring out how the hell we get this to work. We need to do some experimenting. So the overall goal of this is so that immediately after a player is created, joins, or respawns, I'm hoping it doesn't get or this crate doesn't also fire join, but it might not cause any issues if we code it right. Then the player is going to be put into some kind of mode whereby hostile creatures ignore them. That's the plan. And then the second the player moves or performs an action, then we've removed that protection. Looking around shouldn't count. Just because I'm looking at them at the minute, I just want to have a look at what other events are in here. Okay. Player chat, player create, player def, player disconnect, player join, player leave, player now playing. Called when a player joins and his client is now fully loaded and ready to play. So we probably want that one rather than player join. Although it doesn't really matter, actually. I don't think it matters that much. Player switch game mode. Say game created, server resume, server suspend, or gen setup. On try spawn entity, on player interact entity. Called when a player interacts with an entity. Did use block. Registers a method to be called every time a player uses a block. Did place block. Did break block. Chunk column loaded. Can use block. Can is not helpful. Break block. Registers a method to be called for certain world gen triggers. World gen hook, trigger try spawn entity. Trigger world gen timer. Registers a method to be called on every given interval. It's not what we're trying to do. Play a chunk condition. Triggers an immediate client awareness event for the specific player. Map, world init, world gen block, chunk. Inherits from. Register game tick listener, game tick. Push event, match grid recipe, on get win speed, on entity loaded, on entity def, on entity despawn, on chunk dirty, entity spawn, on test block access claim, on test block access, on player dimension change, entity unmounts, entity mounted, register tick listener, register callback, register callback, callback, and register callback, enqueue main thread task, trigger dimension change, trigger entity def, trigger recipe, I may have to do this by listening to server messages because it doesn't appear to be like a player move or entity move. So it may be the case that we need to listen in on the server network API and listen for particular messages from the client. Oh wait, no. There's another way of doing it. This. Modify listener on hurt. Use register listen modified listener. We can get rid of a few things here. We can get rid of that one. We don't need mod config anymore. Okay, register modify listener action. Listener action. Not what we're looking for. I was looking for a list of actions. String path. Register modified listener on hurt. Don't worry about that. The important bit first. We need to figure out how an entity decides whether or not a player is a valid target to attack. So let's just fire up this into the game. Double check that's loaded. We can use the existing world. So I know for a fact that creative characters get ignored by alright, so this is what happens when you remove an item that doesn't exist, because we never took it out of our item. The mod doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so let's put ourselves game mode 2.
Get ready.
And I need something that can kill me. And will try to kill me. And isn't going to run around like a madman. Let's find ourselves a nice area in which to test. Okay. So, you ignore me. At the moment. State alive, state moving, state swimming. Now if I go to game mode 1, will you try to attack me? Yep. Alive, on ground, swimming, idle. Now what if I'm in game mode 0, which I think is guest? Will you still attack me? I should probably use a bowman because you actually trying to run away from me? It's trying to flee from me. So yeah, we should probably use a bowman because that isn't ignoring me, it's explicitly running away from me. Maybe it's because we changed mode? Is it still trying to run directly away from me? It is still trying to run directly away from me. Okay, let's create a new one then. Oh, I'm a guest. I can't create a new one. Okay. Game mode 2 again. Let's create a new one. And then game mode 0. You are running away from the guest. Okay, you can attack and kill guests. So guests are not protected. What about spectators? Okay. Spectators are ignored. Spectators also have no clip. Okay, so if you're assigned to a spectator, which also means that you're not interactable, you get ignored. And if you're in creative mode, you also get ignored. Although I shouldn't be able to fly underground in creative mode. I think that was just because of them. Yeah. You ignore me. You ignore me entirely, or I'm on the ground again now? I don't think you actually ignore me entirely. It looks like you want to head my way. Or is it just because I'm in the way? What are you doing? I think it's stuck in the rock. Let's get a bowman, because we at least have a better idea if they're targeting us, because bowmen will only run away from you if you get closer to them. And they're not bowmen, what are they called? They're bow something. Bow torn. So if we put a bow torn down, you entirely ignore me. And if I'm in spectator mode, you also entirely ignore me. What if I am in guest mode? Oh, that's survival mode. Wrong one. Put myself back into creative. Yeah, you're still fleeing from me. That's fine. We need you to finish fleeing from me. Okay. You're ignoring me again. Right. Put us into guest mode. Okay, you're fleeing from me, which means you're probably trying to get into range to attack me. Yes? No? Yes. Okay. So, they will ignore you if you are in creative or spectator. That is information. Now we just need to figure out what specific bit of code is being used to make that decision. Now, where did I find the thing? Server API. Enumerate player join behavior. Default await ready. Server player. Server player data. Set role. Set spawn position. Oh. Ah, no, that's a spawn position, not default spawn position. That's tied together with, yeah, this one here. And I'm fairly sure if I use that for the other thing, it's not going to work right, but doesn't matter, not what we're looking at. Okay, we go to iPlayer then. Actually, iPlayer is another one we're looking for. Player, active slot change, game mode. This is what we was going through last time. Creative or spectator. It's possible the code that I'm looking for isn't actually listed in this or isn't actually in the API. Ignite is the other thing. So should receive damage does have the required check in it. And it's the only thing other than Ignite that has this check. Damage source, float damage. Return base should receive damage. That'll be an entity check, or check against the entity. Should receive damage. For each entity behavior. Count is alive. Should receive damage is true, the entity can get damaged by a given damage source. It's called by received damage. In absence of having something else to check against. Because there isn't is interactable, but that checks whether you're in spectator or you have no clip enabled. So I think that's checking if you can pass through blocks. Land claim is not what we're looking for. Item slots per player. It's inventory handling. That's client side, that's not what we're looking for. Common inventory base, common collectibles block. It's the only thing I can see. That does it. Now we could in theory set the players to spectator, but again, as I said earlier, I'd rather not mess with the game modes if I can find a different way to do it. Let's work on the assumption that a hostile entity is checking whether or not it can deal damage to an enemy, damage to someone, before deciding whether or not to try and attack it. That being the case, what we need to do is we need to override this function. So we need monkey patching. Although, didn't I have a better example of this loaded? There were some tutorials that I thought I had open. Here it is. Okay. So what I think we basically need to do, I think it's down here. This is a prefix patch, meaning it will be called immediately before executing on entity receive damage function in entity behavior health. When using the prefix, you can return a Boolean value to control whether the original function will be run. Okay, so respawn protection. Let's remove that. Actually add in the library. Yep, go ahead, do it. Do it, please. Can you not do that, Fix? Just do it. There we go. Does need brackets. And then, okay, harmony patch, type of, right, harmony patch, type of, should receive damage. No, type of entity player. Comma, should receive damage. Okay. Boolean, ignore damage chance, entity behavior instance, damage source, reference float damage. A few checks. First, check if the entity is taking damage is a player, then check if we're on the server, then ensure the damage dealt is greater than 0. If any of these checks do not happen, we'll return true to run the original function. This prefix match. Block bed. Allow a simple random check. If the random checks tell the player that they are lucky. Why is it referencing block, bed block? Okay, I need to get entity behavior health. Entity behavior. Okay, that doesn't help. Should receive damage. Give me a new one of these. Type of entity behavior health. It could just be that this doesn't exist anymore. Apparently not. Type of collectible objects. Item axe. On block broken with. On block interact start. Why does it reference this? I'm a little confused. Patch type of entity behavior. This would be meaning that it will be called immediately before executing in entity behavior health, but for whatever reason it's referencing block bed block. Okay, we'll go to the item axe one. For this part, because I just want to know, I'm assuming this list here I need to include as is into here. Float drop quantity multiplier. Float drop quantity multiplier. Is there anything extra? No, okay. So we're using our own method, but we're still getting all of the parameters from the old method. Which means entity player, we've lost our position. Here we are. Which means we need this. We are returning a boolean, and I think we return a boolean anyway, because the intent is always to, on this one, yeah. We need to know whether or not the original code should run. So I don't exist. Because this is what we're trying to make happen. I'll be surprised if this works. We're kind of guessing here because we don't quite have enough of the information. Okay. Despawn the entities, that's fine. Server error, failed load entity. Entity PS agent in chunk will discard. Sorry. I think that's just because it was despawned and the old enemies respawned. Just checking to make sure that this isn't going to do anything because the code isn't enabled. In theory, I don't believe we yeah, we didn't change spawn protection to on in the configuration, so it shouldn't have initialized. So that being the case, if we make sure we're in game mode 2 and we spawn a bowman, it shouldn't care about us. And if we change to game mode 1, it now should care about us. Okay. So let's leave. The code is correct. We just need to change the configuration to enable it. Okay. Now, what do you do? Okay, again, it's despawned the enemy. Put ourselves into creative to spawn it again. And then put us into survival. Nope, it looks like he wants to try to attack us. And it's not going to be able to shoot at us, I don't think. Come on, get yourself into a position where you can fire. There you go. Okay, definitely not working. Which means either we failed to understand something about patching, or... Well, actually no, we should have done, because that should have returned that we cannot be hurt. Ah, wait, no. And then stop the function from executing to stop processing normal damage. So this check will never have received a response. Should receive damage would have not have returned true or false. If only entity behavior wasn't blank. Entity spawn, load, despawn, revive, dent, uninteract, get touch distance, tolerate damage from. Did attack. What I want is can attack. Entity humanoid controls. Chunky agent. Property player items. Is eye submerged? Did attack, should receive damage, receive saturation. On game tick. Spawn snow step particles. What I need to do is to check to see whether or not my initial thought works. I need it to override the initial return. If only this example pointed to an actual location that I could check it against. Okay, let's go back. Let's go to the monkey patching. Harmony patch all. This is the simplest and easiest way to patch code. Harmony patch all. After initializing Harmony with a constructor, Harmony will then search for all classes in the current assembly that are decorated with Harmony annotations. Oh, am I missing something? This patch targets the trigger new server chat line message in the chat space. Oh, that's a class. This is not. When was this file last modified? 7 months ago. No, that should mean that it's up to date. Okay. So Harmony patch, type of client event manager. Trigger new server chat line. Return false will prevent the original effort from being executed as well as similar patches. To learn more about prefix, postfix, finalize, and transpiler patches, refer to Harmony documentation. Also see page about patch priorities. Prefix patch. As seen in the above example, patch methods can be given parameters with the same names as the original, but also injections with double underscore special names. This example shows the instance parameter can give you access to an instance of the class that's calling your patch method. Is that helpful? The instance. Not really. We want to modify the return value. Please note these examples are out of date and you should refer to the Harmony official documentation, proper annotation, patching methods. Otherwise, your patch may not be applied. Transpilers are a special kind of patch that allow you to change a small part of the code of a function without cancelling the whole thing, with a prefix and rewriting it. To understand transpilers, you first have to understand IL code. IL code is what C# compiles into and what it stores into any. It's an assembler-like language which uses a stack to manage data. Instructions generally will pop data from the stack, perform some calculation in the data, and then pushes the result back to the stack. Or list of various instruction confirms. To view the IL code of an in-game function, use a disassembler such as dmspy. When you know what instructions you want to change, add, or delete, you want to use the Harmony transpile annotation combination with a code matcher. You could also yield return instruction manually, though it's far more time consuming. A full list of code matcher methods, see Harmony documentation. Okay. This method patches crash handle to include a little watermark. For good practice, if you patch a game with your mod, make sure to undo the patch when you unload the mod. The easiest way is to run Harmony unpatch all mod ID in the dispose method of the mod system. Make sure you include the mod ID in the call. It's possible that the patch works, it just doesn't work where we put it. Although, I don't see why it wouldn't. Let's add a debug flag to see if that gets called at all. To access the method's arguments, we must include its exact name and type. To modify the argument, we must add a reference keyword. Otherwise, any change we make won't get carried over to the original method. All I really want to do is just stop the original method from running and return false. Enumerate game mode equals world player ID, world data, current game mode. Enumerate game mode survival. Damage source dot type. Let's try a different approach. Let's change the actual damage to nothing. So we need a reference for float damage. And then we go damage equals 0.0. And we'll allow the original function to continue. At least this way we should know whether or not this is being called correctly. We're calling it on entity player. Patch type of entity player should receive damage. Should receive damage. Type of on entity receive damage. This is slightly different to how this one tells me to do it. I wonder if the issue is that we never ran... This may be an incomplete example. And this is an old example. Patch category. That's something that we're missing. Or at least so far as this is concerned. This doesn't run Harmony patch all. I think we need to pay more attention to Harmony. When was this last updated? Updated template link. To be fair, they're two different sets of documentations. This one here, I think, is created by the people who make VintageStory, whereas this one is part of the wiki, so it's made by the community. To use Harmony in your VintageStory mod, you first have to reference the Harmony DLL file in the lib directory, which that's already done. Then, wherever the start method you use, you have to create a Harmony instance by calling the constructor with a unique identifier. "7 months ago this one was last updated. Mod system. Okay, there's part of this that's has been missing. New patcher. There's the dispose. Unpatch all. I can't remember where I found these tutorials from. But yeah, they were linked to from somewhere. But yeah, I'm missing some bits because I've gone through a different tutorial. We'll go through this tutorial then. So, okay. We've definitely already included harmony. We'll use this variant first, because I don't know what happens if I'm trying to override a method that returns a Boolean and I'm telling it not to run the original method. How do I return to whatever called me? Actually, this will be the first time, well, kind of the first time I've done any proper modding. I've done a content patch mod for a different mod in this before, but that's not code. But yeah, this is the first time I'm actually looking to make a proper mod. Or technically it's 4 separate mods in one little package. But I haven't programmed in C# for a year, so I'm a little rusty in general. Am I going to need to run harmony on any other part of this? Maybe. So we should probably make sure that the harmony initialization is also done in the actual mod system. So in start, which we don't have, so we'll run it in server-side start. Wait, var? Since when do you use var in C#? Oh, I suppose, yeah, technically. Although, that seems weird. I know var from JavaScript. I didn't know C# had a var. Shouldn't that just be harmony? Let's follow the guide. It would be good if the guide had a full example code, but it doesn't. So to use harmony, you need to refer to harmony in the VintageStory lib directory in your project. If you're using an up-to-date mod template or the included reference, then in whatever start method you use, you have to create a harmony instance by calling the constructor with your unique identifier, preferably in your mod ID. Okay. That means that this won't be referenceable anywhere outside of here. Whatever, that's what it's telling me to do. Simplest and easiest way to patch code is to run harmony patch all after initializing harmony with the constructor. Harmony will then search for all classes in the current assembly that are decorated with harmony annotations. Okay, so and we need to adjust how we're doing this. Simplest and easiest way to patch code is to run harmony. Okay, so we need to move this out of here. We want that. This becomes class. This then doesn't have access to the parent. So how the hell do I... put in my own code? Don't worry about it. Just worry about seeing if we can get it to do what we need it to do. Okay. Where are you? Should receive damage. Float damage. Isn't a consideration for here, but it gets passed to here. So that bubbles through to here. That's not technically where this is supposed to execute from. I don't think. Pause when an entity should receive damage from a given source. That's the bit we're looking for. Okay, so why is damage even a factor? It's not used. It must be used in one of the other ones. So maybe the thing that we need to manipulate rather than damage, because that's not going to change anything. And that'll just change damage being referenced in here, which it isn't used. We should change the damage source type to heal. If the player is in creative mode or spectator mode, oh, wait a second. No, I know how we... I think I know how we do this. And the damage source... Actually, the easiest way to do it for this particular moment, just to make sure we can get it to work, is to modify damage source. Because otherwise, the way that we probably actually want to do it, if this does what I'm hoping it will do, is make the game think the player is in creative or spectator mode, even when they're not. That's working on the assumption that entities use this value, or this, to figure out whether or not to attack something. But either way, it helps us test patching because it'll allow us to see if we can actually change the patch of the code. Damage source dot type equals enumeration damage type dot heal. Okay. If this doesn't work, we'll move the code into the same file with the Harmony call. But it does say we'll search all classes in the current assembly. And as far as I'm aware, the current assembly is kind of the project. Maybe not specifically, but it should be all files. At the very least, it's all files in the namespace because we know that internal is only accessible within the current assembly. And yet we should also add the cleanup method. And of course, it doesn't have a reference to Harmony. I don't actually understand what that question mark means. Ah, I see. I come from old school C and C++, so null checking is always done by an if statement. I imagine C++ will also allow that particular syntax at this point. Okay. I get the feeling that this is kind of incomplete and Harmony needs to be defined up here. I need to explicitly go private Harmony, Harmony, and then this can just be Harmony equals. It doesn't need to be var, we're not creating a local instance. And then that should allow Harmony to be called down here. Okay, let's see if that works. If it works, then worst case scenario, hostiles still attack us, but we don't take damage. Best case scenario, hostiles ignore us. I really need to figure out where exactly the hostile behavior AI system is. Okay. put us into creative so that we can spawn you. You should not care about the fact that I'm here because I'm in creative mode. Now we are not in creative. You're walking directly away from me. You're trying to attack me. That healed me. Okay, bollocks. So the command, or we've successfully patched the method. All damage now heals us. But that method isn't what the entities use to decide whether or not we're available for attack. So how are they checking it? I really don't want to just manipulate the game mode. Because manipulating the game mode takes an option away from server or people running servers. Or the server admin, rather. Those are the words I'm looking for. So at least we know the patching system works. We've figured out that we can do it this way. This is doing what we have coded it to do, just not what we want it to do. But that's not a problem with it. It's a problem with us not knowing specifically what we're trying to tweak. World player, current game mode. There's nothing in here that refers to other entities. I need to find where the hostile AI code is. Let's take a slower, more methodical look at everything that we have. It could be that we're looking in the wrong location and the stuff we're after is actually in client. And that it's not a server-side decision as to whether or not an enemy can attack a player. UI texture model input. Okay, API. But I've got to assume that that sort of thing is on the server. It makes more sense that AI decisions would be made in the server. The AI itself may individually... No, because if you have two players next to each other, the AI would still need to figure it out from the server, not the client. Otherwise, they could do different things. So yeah, it can't be in client. It could be somewhere in the server. Technically, well, that's what I am doing, but I want the server to make the decision. The idea is when a player spawns in, hostiles will ignore them until they move. Or try to punch something. But I need to get the first bit working. I need to be able to get the enemies to ignore the player. Pathfinding tasks. Multiplayer server entry. Enumerate server run. API. block entity. Entities. Behavior AI task. This is not part of the API. Attachable. And for growth. Bell alarm. Stay in range. Forward entry. Turret mode. Behavior. Rope tieable, rideable, petable. Mortally wounded, milkable. Idle animation. High water surface, extra skinnable. Commendable, boss, body temperature attach. It's none of those. Entities. Animal bot. Locust. Drifter. Start animation, start animation, stop animation, trigger animation stopped. On receive, server animation. Entity drifter, entity humanoid, entity drifter, initialize. There's the animations. This is all handling animations. Collectible behavior. Nope. That's probably not it either. Nope. These all seem like... Now this is part of the survival mod. That's the survival mod. That's mod examples. Let's have a look at the full list. Survival mod, API, which is what we have here. Examples, essentials mod. Entity. Behavior. Better. Getting closer. Despawn, emotional state. State tag. Eat, grow, harvest, health, hunger. Mouth, inventory, multiply base, name tag. Open container, place block. Player physics. The pulse agent. Semi-tamed. Aiming accuracy. Goal action. Task. Base. Re-entity. Melee attack. Seek, block and lay. Seek entities. Attack pattern, direct attack, circular attack, or circle target. Oh, that's what the wolves are doing. I keep wondering why the wolves never, or seem to sometimes take a very weird path as to trying to hunt, get to you. And it's probably because they're trying to circle the target. Seek entity. Attack pattern. AI creature type, Entity, seek task entity. AI creature type exists. Creature type. Should execute. No entity codes, and attacked by entity equal to null. Retaliate attack. an emotional state. Recently attacked. Total search. Now seek range equals get seek range. Tolerate damage. Boolean in creative mode equals target entity as entity player, current game mode equals creative mode. If not in creative mode, this is what we're looking for. It's in a continue to execute. Do continue, creature is alive, or target creature is alive and not stop now and not in creative mode. Bollocks. This could be more complicated than I want it to be without putting the player into spectator mode when they spawn. The simplest solution to this problem of what I'm trying to do would be to change the game mode, or programmatically change the game mode of the player to spectator when their account is created, when they join, or when they respawn, and then monitor to see or see the second they move or perform any kind of or try to perform any other kind of action to set them out of that mode. Now I could add an additional flag to the player data to say that they were put into survival or put into spectator mode by spawn protection. And then when a player next logs in, if they are a spectator and that flag doesn't exist, then they stay as a spectator. Otherwise, if they are a spectator and that flag exists, then we put them back in the queue to have that flag removed once they move. The reason I didn't want to do it that way is because there's almost certainly going to be some kind of exception or something that I'm just not aware of that will allow them to stay in spectator mode. And that's going to cause problems. Now, this particular task doesn't check for spectator mode, it's just checking for creative. Yeah. Enumeration game mode creative. It doesn't check if they're in spectator mode though. Although if they're in spectator mode, then target entity. Set position. How are you deciding your target entity? If target entity is equal to null, then return. No, this is still looking for target. Where are you setting target entity? Here and here. If you're attacked by the target entity, Else. Fully tame, get generation greater than tame generation. Target entity equals partition nearest entity. Partition utility, get nearest entity. Now seek range. No tag. Target entity first letter. Is not attacking player, is not attacking player, and tolerate damage from attacked by entity. Look at entity, look around. Seek food and eat. Stay close to entity. Tasks refactored. And that's the problem, there's two lots of them. Shoot at entity. This is what Bow Torn will use. AI task, shoot at entity config. Worried about that. Okay, I think these are the current ones because this looks like the kind of thing that you can put into the asset manager files. AI task based targetable config. Yeah, that's the config. AI base targetable. Base task targetable R. Here. Okay. Should execute. Precondition satisfied. Configure retaliation unconditionally. Recently attacked. Check and reset search cooldown. Target entity equals null. Start executing. Target entity equals null. Target entity. Where are you setting target entity here again? It must be part of base targetable. Yeah, okay. Start execution, should execute. Preconditions satisfied. Task base. Config retaliate unconditionally and recently attacked. If check and reset search cooldown. That's in targetable. Let's check here first. Check execution chance, check cooldown, entity status. Emotional status, light level. Don't execute if recently attacked. That's a precondition, not the actual thing. Does this have... in it. You know, this shouldn't be a JSON property, so I don't know why I'm looking up here. There's AI task base. Entity tag array. Creative isn't listed in here. Okay, so doesn't help. There's target entity code begin with. Target entity code exact. There's target entity. Partition utility. Get entry partition. Creature hostility. Get string. Creature hostility switch. Creature hostility aggressive. Taming generation. Task config. Task config. Emotional state. This is all initialization. Let's make a simple system. Initialize target code. Target entity code begins with. Target codes from an array of wildcards available to any other game element which requires it. Target entity codes. After initialization, start execution. Step height. Start execution. Trigger emotional state. Entity get behavior. Try trigger state. Target entity. It's behavior emotional state. Check target weight. Check target tags. Boolean. Targetable player mode. Protected virtual Boolean. Return player equal to null or player.world.data game mode not equal to this is a little messed up. There we go. Player.world.data game mode not equal to enumeration game mode creative and player data reference not equal to spectator, so they are not in creative, they are not in spectator, and player as iServer player connection status equals to interesting. Very interesting. Where's that enumerator? That enumerator, I think. Enumerator client state. Server API. Enumerator client state. This could be the answer. What else uses that in all of these? So they're not allowed to attack while they're connecting. If we... That'll be why they can't attack while you're trying to create a character, because you'll be in the connected status. So if we just make or change it so that they only get put into playing after they start moving, then I think that small change does it. So we don't need harmony at all, at least for this bit. We'll leave all the code in place. We'll comment it out though. Just so we have it for reference later. Actually, no. The entire concept of this is ripping off something GregTech New Horizon does. So let's rip it off completely. This is a debug message that I do want to delete at a later date. Basically, the entire idea of this particular system is ripped wholesale from GregTech New Horizon. Because it's a good idea. If you spawn into a world, or join a server, it's like, it's the middle of the fucking night, then if you just start running around willy-nilly, you're likely going to get your head eaten by a wolf. So just the ability to like either, okay, log out and come back in later without having to worry about the fact that you'll get attacked, or sit and wait for the sun to rise. The only thing this isn't going to do is like stop your hunger and things going down. But that's fine. If they really care about that, they can log out. The idea is just to make sure that players just don't get murdered because they happen to log in the middle of the night during or for their first connection, or they die and they respawn before waiting for sun to come up. Okay, so what we actually want to do here is go player.connection status. Are we allowed to set this? Ah, bollocks. It has a getter, it doesn't have a setter. So this might not work. Bollocks. We can't use it. So we are going to have to add a harmony patch. one way or another, if we want to use this at least. But what we can do is add a custom parameter to the player. I'm not sure how I'd go about doing that. I serve a player. I'd need to change this line. And it's an interface, that's the problem. It's not a class. I don't know if I can modify that using Harmony. Well, I don't... Would that be possible? Could I add an additional client state? And then modify the code that sets the client state so that it doesn't put them into play and it puts them into it's like a waiting condition? Let's find what... Something must be able to write to that. It's not in the API itself, so yeah, it would be a modification to... Where would that even be? Set into spectator is looking ever more tempting. Even iPlayer isn't going to let us do what I need it to do. Can I patch an interface? Because that's got to be being set by something. I mean, it'll be being set by a private method, that's the problem. Okay. So I think Harmony would still be the answer. But we would be modifying this. And what we can do is we fake that the player is in survival. So... or rather, we fake that they're in spectator mode. So they're actually still in survival mode, but the AI thinks that they're in spectator mode. So we are modifying AI task-based targetable. thing we are modifying is targetable player mode. Prefix. Reference. iPlayer. Putting people in creative would allow, in theory, them to spawn items in. If I put them into spectator, then technically the only thing they can do is move around. But if I actually put them into that mode, they can also then just move through the ground. Now the idea is that we want to detect the second they try to move to remove the mode. But doing it this way, we're not actually putting them in a different mode, we're just making the AI think they're in a different mode, in order to trick the AI into ignoring them. And we can still then, when they move or try to perform an action, or change the flag, so that the AI responds to them again. Oh, it makes no odds, one way or the other, because this is checking for both creative or spectator. I'm going for spectator just because it is not as extreme as checking for creative. But you're right, it would make little or no difference. I play a player. And then what we're doing here. Now, the problem with this is I'm going to need this to respond to stuff in here. Otherwise, this doesn't work. For now, we'll just see whether or not this does what I'm hoping it will do. Okay, so if this does what I'm hoping it will do, any and all hostiles will ignore me, even though the world is set to hostility and I'll be set to survival. If it works. And then we just need to figure out how to make it conditional. Okay, puts it in creative. I'm not in spectator mode. Oh. Interesting. Game mode 2, set creative. I cannot build or destroy here. I'm in spectator mode. Strange. That's because I'm still in creative. That's what's puzzling me. The ability to place these things thinks I'm in survive or thinks I'm in spectator. So now I'm in survival, which means if I punch something, it's going to take a little while to break. So, he doesn't care. It's kind of working. Now why? Oh, that's a lot of red. This might have something to do with it. It really doesn't like something. Exception. Collection was modified. Enumerator operator may not be executed, or may not execute. So yeah, it doesn't like something about what I've done. Reference iPlayer player. It doesn't like the fact that I modified this here. Okay, I was hoping that this would just modify the reference that got passed back to the original object, but I think it's modifying the original object, and that's why it's throwing a hissy fit. Okay. Reference string message. So yeah, let's replace that. To prevent the original method from being executed. Which is all very well and good, but I still need that method to return. It's not that I don't want it to be executed. I want to change the value that it's returning, or override the value that it's returning. I don't suppose I can do that with a postfix. This is a postfix patch, meaning that it will be called after executing onBlock function. Essentially, this will be called whenever a block is broken with an axe. It has access to all of the original arguments that are passed to that function. This is another postfix round, meaning that it will be called after executing get item and description. In this instance, we're going to use instance and result parameter. Okay, this is what I think I want. Instance allows us to get the data of the collectible object that is called as a function. Result allows us to view and edit the results of the function. Okay, I was looking at the wrong bit. We need a postfix patch. Reference string results. So __ result string. No, Boolean. And in this case, we just want to change the results to false. Okay, so there's something it doesn't like about that. It blinds! It blinds! It doesn't help that I don't have the light on. One moment. Okay, does this have a dark mode? It does not. In that case, we push this button and we go that. There we go, dark mode. A postfixism method is executed after the original method. It is commonly used to read or change the result of the original method. This is what we need. Reading or changing the result. Since the postfix has access to the result of the original, or since the postfix has access to the result of the original or prefix that has skipped the original, it can read or alter the results by using the argument of results. It must match the return type of the original to be assignable from it. Static void. Okay, let's try that. Again, we just want to make sure we can get this to work, and then we'll see whether or not we can get it to work in a configurable way. Okay. Game thinks we're in spectator mode because we messed things or messed with things. Right. Console isn't moaning. Game mode 1. Set to survival. I think that's fairly solid reason to believe that that's working. Let's step things up a little. Poke the bear. I don't think we actually poked the bear. I think it works. I'm just waiting for it to turn around and smack me one. There is probably a tick where it could happen. Just a race condition or something. I kind of need that bear to not be there, so rather than it not being there, I will not be here anymore. Let's move somewhere else. Because now we need to be able to toggle it on and off. Okay. Put us back in survival. And quit out. Right, now, how do we make this configurable? So at the very least we can do this bit. This wants to be on every single one of these. If respawn protection is enabled, then respawn protection dot run that, pass it to player. Oh wait, we set it to private and it doesn't want to be. I think it wants it to be, yeah, either public or internal. What's the command to send a console message to the player? Player send message. Sends a chat message to the player in the, to this player to the given group ID. Send localized message. Send in-game error. Notification type to this player. You can use global constants general chat group as a group idea to send it to the player's general chat. Group ID message argument. Group ID message chat type. Probably wants to be a localized message, but we don't have any localization files and I don't know how to set them up. Because this is what we kind of want to do. Send a notification type to the player. Localized to the player's own language, independent from the server language. This message will be string formatted, similar to language get. So where's it going to pull that localization from? Group ID. I suppose, well, shouldn't there be a list of group IDs? Let's find chat messages somewhere at one point. iChat command, not quite what we're looking for. Oh, these are chat commands rather than chat messages. I think this is the one I need. I just don't know what the group ID needs to be set to. I don't know. Send the chat message to a given group ID. You can use global constants, general chat group as the group ID. That's what we're actually looking for. Enumerated chat type. How do I define enumerated chat type dot notification? Okay. I mean, I suppose there's no reason that this class can't reference this one. But I also suppose there's no reason... Is there a reason we can't do this? Let's read a little bit more into Harmony. Okay, basics. In order to use Harmony to change the original application function name, you need to find a way to execute code inside the application of the game or injection or mod support, have the Zero Harmony DLL file on disk, reference the Zero Harmony in your project using the API, write the patch code, create the Harmony instance earlier in your patch code, use it to apply the patch you wrote, compile your code and make sure harmony.dll is available at runtime, packaged with your release. Runtime dependency. Some games or applications already support Harmony or supply Harmony from either a loader or another mod. While this seems easier, it requires the version of Harmony you compiled against is the same as the one available at runtime, or else your code will not run. Listen dependency. It also ties in the release cycle. It also ties the release cycle of that solution to yours. Harmony can coexist in multiple versions with itself, so it's totally fine to use that each user packs their own Harmony DLL with their mod. Note for Harmony application game makers. Manual DLL add-in. This is not really what we're looking for. Imports. Already done. Use a Harmony instance. Most patch operations require a Harmony instance. To initiate Harmony, you simply call that. The ID should be in a reverse domain notation. It must be unique in order to understand and react to existing patches of others. All patches in Harmony are bound to that ID. This allows other authors to execute their patches before or after specific patches refer into this ID. If you want to know more about patching or IL code and Harmony products, you can set Harmony's global debug flag to true. You can also use Harmony's file logger in your own code. Patching and annotation. If you prefer annotations to organize your patches, you can instruct Harmony to search for them using patch all. Executable. Patch all assembly. Or implying the current assembly harmony.patchAll, which will search the given assembly for all classes that are decorated. So it is searching for classes that are decorated with the Harmony annotation. All patches are registered automatically and Harmony will do the rest. If you need to apply different patches at different times, you can use patch category and the Harmony patch category annotation to execute them by default from patch all. Manual patching. For more control, you use patch. This takes the original and combines. It takes an original and a combination of prefix, postfix, and transpiler methods, which are optional Harmony method objects. Pass null to patch and skip over one type. Original get method. The use of extra Harmony method is allowed for you to define extra properties, like priority of method pointers. I need a way to be able to toggle this on and off to test it. There is a timer event. Harmony method is the common class shared by the manual and annotated. The common mistake here is to fail to retrieve a valid reference for the original or your patch will result in a error. Patch method being static, does that mean the method being static just means that there's only one instance of it, but it should still be able to use the variables from the class that it's in. I need an event that I can trigger that with. Ah, damn it. That's what I was worried about. How do I reference this? And that implies that harmony fixes are permanent. Targetable player mode. Maybe not. It just means that we have to do this a slightly different way. Because it still has access to player. Albeit player by iPlayer interface. So we can pull the player reference. We don't need to change it in there. We just need to be able to add something to the player reference. Common, is iPlayer in here? Role with membership, entitlements. How would I add a privilege to a player? Even if the privilege doesn't exist. World player data. See, and actually, yeah, this is the thing we probably want to be manipulating. Not what we're looking for. We're looking for that public interface world player data. That's approved view distance, desired view distance, game mode, remove, no clip. Set mod data. Allows the setting of arbitrary permanently stored metadata attached to this player, not synced to the client. What doesn't it like about this? That doesn't need to be in here anymore. Oh, I've accidentally deleted bits from the bottom. In fact, I think I put this class, yeah, I put this class inside the other class, which is not strictly speaking what we meant to do. Interesting, I don't actually have to summon world data here, we can just get mod data directly. Alright, because this is probably... Yeah, it's calling from somewhere else. We're 40 minutes past the end of the stream, but this is looking like a workable solution. I just need to figure out a way to test it and then figure out how to capture the events that I need to be able to disable it. But the longer I keep going, the longer I can't play Silk Song. Okay, I need to test two things. I need to make sure that this works on its own without this executing. So in other words, that we will get attacked by enemies. Before we've actually saved before we've actually set the protection bubble to on. Because I assume this is basically try to get this. If you can't get this, then use this. Hollow Knight fans do be rather rabid. And for good reason. It's a very good game. And they're very good developers. And people have been waiting a long time. Okay. So if we run this, we should get attacked. If we then uncomment those, and we run it again, then we shouldn't get attacked. And then at that point, we just have a little bit extra to figure out. We won't do it now, because that little bit extra, there's a lot to it. Figure out how to detect the player moving, which we think we potentially have a solution for. Okay. We are in creative. We plop you down. If I set myself to game mode 1, you should flee. Once you figure out how to swim. There you go. Are you running away from me? You are running directly away from me. Now you should make the attempt to attack. Disagree that that hit me, but fair enough. Okay, that bit works. So if we uncomment these... and we run it again... then not only should we get a chat message saying that we have a bubble of protection. That thing's going to despawn, so we're going to need to spawn him back in again. But it should then ignore me. And if that works... we have all the parts of a solution that we need, bar one. And we do have a chat message that says, a bubble of protection surrounds you. Although, I might change the command that's... or the... yeah, we should probably... use the event that triggers after the player is fully loaded in, rather than the one we're using at the moment. That's fine. We spawn another one. Now, do you care? You shouldn't. I'm hoping you don't. That looks like it's working to me. Okay. We've made solid progress, given the fact that we started with very little knowledge of what we were doing in C# or in modding this particular game at all. We have our starting inventory code working. I am happy with that. I think it's probably solid. There's probably a couple of things that'll trip it over. We'll see whether or not it survives contact with the enemy, but it's doing what it's supposed to do. We now have everything we need, bar one piece, for the respawn protection code. We just need that last bit, but that last bit's going to take a while to get through. But while I remember, though, where are you? Okay, there is a variant on player join in the event handler. Common API, event API. No, not quite. Where was this? Server API event. All right, API, yeah. Server API. Server event API, here it is. No, that's still not it. God damn it, where's the damn thing? Core server API, server API. Save game. Yeah, fine. We'll do it this way. Player join. It isn't server event API. It's just not listed here. Stupid thing. This doesn't list events. Create respawn join. Now playing. That's the one we want. Actually, no. This one does want to just be join. And create. Although that said, the now playing won't trigger until their connection status is playing. So they should still be protected anyway. So it's probably fine as it is. I don't think I need to tweak it then. I'm going to go with that. Right, yep, we'll leave it there for today. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. I'll be back on Saturday from 2 PM BST onwards. We are most likely going to continue with this. I don't see... Yep. The 4 mods that we're waiting to, or 4 mods we are waiting to update before we start a new playthrough. Haven't updated yet, so... we may as well continue on with this. We've made good, solid progress. I am happy. So yeah, we'll keep chugging away. See ya. Thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.